Voice news.
Morning, good morning. How's everyone doing?
Oil prices briefly turn negative as the US crude stockpiles build.
Hmm. See if Russell can find a low here. Kind of a weird spot across the board. I think it's crazy to think that Google has any sort of stagnation with how much they own of AI. Like, if AI is the next thing, Google is going to win. If AI is a flop, though, they have so much money invested in it. I think Google yesterday said that, let me find the exact number. It was crazy. They fired like 5,000 people, and now like internally, I think like over 10% of their code, like 10 or 30% of their code is now done by AI. It's just crazy. Here, look. Like between Microsoft and Google, I just don't know how those companies lose. Really don't. I think Google spends something like $50 billion per year on research and development. Microsoft spends around like 8.2 billion, just to get perspective. Yeah, Spotify is done, though, man. Done. This is really bad for Russell, by the way. Holding ORL as resistance. Looks like we're headed down to ETH low, would be my guess. And we'll see if we find a bounce there and then can get back over our opening range. Watching ES into 920 for a potential bounce into day open, and NQ into our value edge. We just saw a POC shift on NQ, which is potentially really bad if we can't get back over it. If it holds as resistance, we should be expecting a rotation down to 330 below. Whenever you see POC shift, we're either looking for this to now go supportive. So we really want to see this hold here at 370, 375, and then pop over 400s here for upside. We need to see a very clear bid back above this POC shift. So boom, and then get over this, and then support it like that. Or downside is pretty likely, probably down to here into 330. That'd be my guess before we find this low. I'm gonna have to redo levels so that it's a bit cleaner. Got our stuff from yesterday on. So let's see what happens here. This is our retest of our POC shift and our halfway back. Let's see if we can get back over. It's weird that this has mini ahead on that website that Tom linked. This isn't the website that most people use. Ella Marina is the one that they actually upload latest models to. Has Gemini in the lead by far. Hugging Face is your go-to for the latest models. This is us retesting our POC shift here at 395. We're looking to see if we can hold. We just traded into our value high edge. We need to see this bid, ideally. ES also POC shifted. It's holding as resistance here into our 930. We need to see higher lows in recoveries. See if this bid can happen on NQ. Super important. They gotta hold this or we're gonna go down. $50 seconds till new 15 minutes. I think if we see any sell side pressure below 80, we're probably headed down to 350. That's my guess. So let's see if they can sweep this thing down or if we're able to find our bid here. I expect buyers to really try to hold this low. As soon as we start to see that resistance, that's when things get rough. 30 seconds till new 15s. I'll look to see if we find anything into the open of this new candle. We're still seeing that absorption into 80. But the offer is just slowly stepping down. SVP is a trading view indicator, so if it needs an update, then just turn
US
it
stocks
off
extending their
and
fall now,
put it
with
back
the Dow
on.
Jones down 1%.
But I mean, I've never seen a trading view indicator need an update. I think it just auto does it. So again, like this is all we see is that we have the last three candles we've closed below POC. There's very clearly a seller above us who's willing to take in size, and we know that there is a seller who's attempting these lows over and over again, but we're showing our bid absorb. As soon as this low breaks and we offer these highs and we continue to fail these, downside is so much more likely than upside because of how much supply above we're willing to just kind of like, we're just willing to take in, right? Like buyers are just getting absorbed into these highs. So we need to either show like a very clear interest above this area, above these POCs, and a willingness to bid and actually be able to maintain, or just 350 seems incredibly likely for our reversion target into our 15-minute VWAP. We're in a very tight balance right now that is just pretty clear. I mean, there's not, we know where these highs are located. And if this POC shift succeeds and we push below previous day value low in our VWAP here, and this goes resistance right at this 380, then we're coming down into these lows. It just makes sense. So we really want to be careful here because it's such a tight range and we know where our edges are. So as long as you're looking for buyers to be located around this 380 and you're looking for sellers to be located up into these 400s, 415s, it's a very tight range, but the edges are very obvious. PVZ is telling you exactly where that reversion is occurring, that 410. And we're just trading right down to our PVZ value edge. So your balance is very clear. We're watching for a break of one of these sides and for one of them to maintain. But with these wickings on the highs, like we need to be incredibly careful. Need to see that shift. Back into our top of range here. See if offer is going to sustain again and eat these guys up. Need to see a very clear shift for buyers above these highs, taking out previous day POC and current value high or upside. This is our best attempt so far to look above, and it's still pretty lackluster. Russell diverging compared to NQ. RTY testing lows while NQ tests highs. Just trying to get over this previous day POC and failing at 420. Yes, no shift of value as of yet. Looking above, see if they can do it. If this can hold 25, it should be able to head to like 45, 50. Just for that previous day value high, ETH high, etc. This is a good first risk off if you're playing that. Now let's see if we can build above our ETH high here. We've got lots of supply above us into this section from 45 to 470, 445, 470. So if we can build above previous day value high, it's a great sign. And then next target would be 470. This is a great first risk off though into 4550. This is what it looked like on Footprint Kowalski. Looking at that 420 and then the low at 380s. Just so that you have a reference point of what I saw. And I didn't play the 380 bounce, even though I probably should have. But I just played the breakout with no drawdown, which is fine as well. So it looked like this on NQ.
Alphabet shares rise 4.6% to their highest level since March 7th. Again, that's shares of Alphabet.
Yeah, I mean, like the safest trade is again just playing off of these lows once we see this absorption. Like we have a very clear invalidation level where as soon as we start to see that offer actually holding below 380, we know we're going down. But if they continue to absorb in this low, like you just trade the balance. So like this would have to be your risk off into these highs. It's the same thing on ES, where we have a very clear low into our 30-second opening range, right? Our day open. Like this has just been our bounce point. So you can safely play off of this, understanding that we're just going to be rotating back up to these highs. And like this has to be your risk off. But like if we can build above our value edge here and then shift and then rotate up, we should be headed to 947 on ES. But we have to get through this guy that's participating here on ES. But like balance is balance until proven otherwise. It's just like we need to be aware of what happens if this buyer leaves or like this seller leaves, and what is that going to look like? Well, we know what that looks like. We've seen 3 candles of it failing, right? Where we've absorbed above and POC is shifted and then we close below POC. So what happens when we're able to lift over POC of these 3 candles where we saw this absorption and we actually start to see a secondary bid step in? Well, we're going to go up, right? We're pushing through that supply. And where are we going to go? Well, to our next area of supply, right? That's labeled for us on our footprint chart from 45 to 70. Now our bid is trying at 45s. We'll see if they can hold or if this rotates back. I think if we don't see a solid bid continue to maintain this 45, then we rotate back down to 420 for short term to fill that LVN. When I talk about an LVN, I'm talking about this here. This gap.
House Freedom Caucus Chair Harris encouraged by Trump talk.
Yeah, I mean, I assume that you know what an LVN is. It's for the others. But yeah, if we can
House
hold
Freedom Caucus
45s,
Chair
should be able to
Harris
push to
addresses
480
reporters.
on NQ. See what happens. Just in runners now. Same thing on ES. If we can get over this ledge where we saw our seller last, which is very clearly here into this 35 to 40. This continues to hold. We're just going to need to look for a pullback and see if we can bid here at 30s. 30, 33 would be ideal. Find a little bit of a flagging pattern here. Get over 40, then should be able to push into 50. Just got to wait it out. We're into supply, so we got to see how we interact here. I'm out 2/3 my position, just leaving runners now. Looks good. So this is how we're building right now, just to give an update on what I'm talking about and how I found the levels that I found of where we can see that bid stepping up. We can see that at 45, right? And we can see that if 45 doesn't hold, there's not much there that I care about until like that 420. That's that LPN that I was just mentioning and showed on stream. And now we're seeing this buyer really trying to step on the gas through the supply, right, into 460, 470. If we can get through it, then we just have all this new node developing out here that we can then play off of on any sort of retest. But we're just putting a lot of pressure up into this supply. Again, if we can get through this and this buyer is able to sustain here, pushing up into like 480, 490, like 485, 490 makes a lot of sense. And
Representative
why do we
Harris,
think that? Well, there's
tax
just
bill
more
cannot
supply up
get
here,
done today.
you know.
Republican Representative Chip Roy, far to go on tax bill. Bitcoin reaches peak on positivity about US regulations. AVIC aircraft, deliveries to Boeing unaffected by US tariffs.
Pushing into target now here to our 485, 490. See if we can push through. ES target still just that like 49.50 area above into ADR. There's Russell into POC shift at 91, as well as ES into target. So now this is where I would say move up stops, because I think there's a lot of potential for a pullback to fix some of the structure and see if we can actually hold these edges. But I don't know if you should close. We still have lots of momentum. I would just move stops up. I think if we can make this
White House AI policy advisor Sriram Krishnan on Thursday.
This like 500, 485 area supportive on any sort of retest on NQ, you can probably head up for another like 60 points. We just got to see how Russell and ES react here into our edges. It's hard to want to do anything other than close longs into our ADR high. But we need to be willing to go to that 960 on ES, take out that VPOC and our ETH high if we're going to get a continuation. Just be very aware of this edge here at previous day value low on ES at 51. Why it's a very important target for ES. What's up, Flex? How's it going, dude? So coming down into our pivot now, this is where I'd like to see bids be if we were gonna be anywhere. Like 85 to 500, just where this ledge was created. Just need to watch to see how much of this we're gonna need to retrace. This is basically just where these imbalances were created on this push up. I want to see if this liquidity here on the way up is able to now hold as supportive now that ES has gotten to target at our 490, 49, sorry. Just ADR. We're looking for pullbacks now, and then for a flag to form, and then for a continuation if we're going to keep going.
AVIC aircraft. Deliveries to Boeing are regular.
So Trump is to tell the Freedom Caucus that the bill should pass today, according to Punchbowl.
All right, I think charts are good. See what happens. I am flat. I'm just waiting for next leg. So far, holding POC of previous candle. It's good. It's 505. We're very familiar with these levels, or at least you should be. We've been trading them for what feels like a year, but it's really like 2 weeks. You're just back here. See if this absorption holds into 520, and we need that pullback into 485, 500, or if we can sustain here. This is what we're seeing so far. It's nice when I don't have to move my levels at all on footprint.
So keep in mind, in 10 minutes' time now, at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, Trump is due to be greeting the South African President Ramaphosa at the White House.
Ramaphosa.
We're not expecting any comments from Trump really to come at the initial meeting. He does have his bilateral press conference with the South African president at 12:45 p.m. Eastern Time today. But again, the initial meeting due to start at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. There is a chance he could speak to reporters here, though. According to Punchbowl, Trump and US House Speaker Johnson and the Freedom Caucus are meeting at 3 p.m. Eastern Time.
Did you guys see this by Google? The new model? All of this is done within the app. There's no other apps. It's text to image to video to voice all in one. So now like you can take your video from the chat prompt and add voices, describe the voice that you want, and it will animate it on top of it inside of the app. So this dude did a tester on the new Google model and was able to like fully cook out like multiple different voices, appearances, everything in 2 hours. Kind of insane. Before you'd have to go to like 7 different models. You got your image model, then you go to your video model, and then you go to your animation model, and then you go to your text-to-speech model to do sound. All sound design in that are all sound effects, everything is done inside the same model. It's insane. Are all creative jobs cooked? I don't think so. I think like there are going to be a lot of mediocre artists that are cooked. But like people who are good are still going to are going to be fine. And then those that aren't are just going to have to be able to utilize the new technology until they're just as good, you know. It's just the same as always. Just gotta adapt. But like, there's no way like AI songs are gonna have the same emotional impact, you know. Just same way as with acting. But like, is it gonna be good enough for a commercial? Yeah, probably. Or like, acting isn't really the focus. Are you gonna be able to animate voices now? Are you gonna put like voices on animations? Yeah, probably. Like a lot of dub jobs are probably done for mediocre shows, but like the guys that are really good at like dubbing are still gonna be fine. But everything that's like slop already is probably gonna get replaced by AI. That's my guess. There aren't jobs in those fields. Oh yeah, like you're not just like working at a recording studio. I mean, even like touring artists, dude, like they make their money from live concerts, not from streaming. Unless you're like someone who brings in like a billion streams, you know? Like everyone's just making their money off of concerts.
So US Treasury Secretary Bessent met with the German finance minister today.
20 seconds till new 15s. We're just at our target, hovering, just trying to build up here. I feel like Russell just needs to go to day open, and then we can go. But we shall see. POC is at 510, 512. Watch to see if we can build here on retest, or if it flips. So basically, this is where we're looking to see if support is going to hold on NQ. The bid's got to eat this up here, or 490 feels very likely. Depending on what happens here on retest from our edge at 505, if our offer holds and then we push back below, we're probably headed down into this supply, or sorry, this demand. So need to see directionality from our secondary move. Is our offer now holding here, and does this then rotate down? Is the bid able to defend where we thought it would into this POC? And then can we push?
According to Semaphore, NVIDIA CEO Huang criticizes the US chip export curbs on China.
So this is Russell into target into day open. See how strong of a reaction we get from here. We need to see buy side step over 530 for really anything, or offers just going to move down, holding these lower highs like we're seeing so far. And if offer's able to hold here, we're just seeing this shift where this is now really getting a bit heavy down here. So pushing back down to this demand at 490 makes the most sense to me. If sell side can continue this little push that they're trying. The bid is attempting to regain some of this ground, but I really am not sold on it until over 520, 530. And like really seeing like buyers a show there, or this is just gonna retest back into this offer. It's really hard to try to long here unless you're playing off that low, because this is just our seller again, who can just absorb here, trap, and then rotate down more. A bit tough. This is all I see. Is that these guys are still upsides. So as long as we're maintaining here, like I don't really see the play, you know? Like we need to see like an incredible bid over this. Yeah, I think you're just waiting on Russell to find weakness again. Watch the retest if they open. All we did was reject VWAP here. Should expect a buyer at 500 short term. Then we look for a lower high, I think, off of this little relief we find. If sell side steps in, we'll see something like this, and then rotation down. That'd be my guess. Again, like nothing is shifted in our highs, which makes it tough, but like we know that there's a bid down here from this huge push up. You're just waiting on if Russell can find a higher low here and show something like this, or if we reject and then actually start to trade through our 30-second opening range for this push down off the failure at VWAP. Just gonna give it a minute because it's like very not clear to me. We should know like relatively soon at the highs if we're gonna hold. We have 40 seconds left until noon 15s, and all we're seeing is this guy still just willing to take in buyers up here into these highs into 20 to 30. I think Russell will lead direction. New 15's opening. It's hard to give clear pathing when our candles look like this. What are we doing with this? All we know is that there's like very clear supply above and that we have demand below. That's all we know. And that we're willing to rotate the entire range on a single candle. My understanding right now is that this is balance between here and here until we see this lower high being put in from these lows. This move down and then take out of this is going to be incredibly important for the secondary leg. Without this reaction from this low and then offering into these highs here, I don't think that we get the breakdown, right? Because we know the offer is sitting up here. Like, that's obvious. We can see that with our eyes. What we need to see is the offer lower, which is coming down and this seller stepping back in that was here. We want to see them here again. That'll tell us that our seller is shifting value down and that there's going to be a change. Without this seller shifting down and seeing this lower high being put in for this rotation, you should just expect more of the same, right? Like, that's the whole understanding right now. Is like, we know that this dude above is here. That's obvious. Are these guys going to remain offsides is the question, right? All we've done is test into them, show interest from our sellers, but now from these lows, is a secondary seller going to step in for a lower high? And if they do, we should then seek down further. If we continue to just not show interest here at all, like, what are we doing? Well, we're just going to go back up to these highs because value isn't shifted. So I'm really need to see this offer into these and then this step down below if we're ever going to.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we're expecting comments from ECB's Lane, speaking on the topic of negative interest rates and the impact of monetary policy.
And I don't know if this breakdown on NQ actually happens without Russell. Because, like, all Russell's doing is just hitting our heads on VWAP and holding our 30-second opening range, right? So it's a very tight range. But once this starts to break down, if this VWAP rejection continues to happen, I just expect then a full rotation through our opening range. But, like, as of right now, again, you're just hitting your head on VWAP and we're holding our day open. So it's a very clear oscillation, but it's not allowing for an actual break to happen in either direction because of how tight it is. We're seeing the offer attempt to step here. It's a good sign if we can hold it, but we then need to look below. That should then lead us down to the 70s. If the bid is able to step over this, then nothing has changed, and then we can look for this sustained bid above here. You take out of these highs, and then try to look for the long, or push to like 60. So really, again, it's just the only way we get a shift is if we see a shift from our buyers and sellers, and right now we're not. There's an attempt here at this ledge, but if these guys can't hold, then it's only going to make sell side offsides at both the lows and then the mids, which is going to lead to more of an upside move than a downside. Another full rotation on ES, NQ, and Russell. Let's watch what happens into these highs. This is all, again, like, unless we see a dramatic shift, we should just expect more of the same. We held our lows on ES, held our lows on RTY, now testing our highs. See if we can bid above for anything new, or if offer is just going to absorb here again. Ty, why are you confused? His name is still the same. Am I missing something? Like, what's changed since yesterday or the day before? What does it say for him, for you? I feel like he's had this name for months. What? That's crazy.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we're expecting comments from ECB's Lane.
All right, so now that we're in these highs, it's the top of our balance. So we have two options. This seller will now be our buyer on this dip in, and then we'll do this move up, taking out these highs, right? Or we have the inverse, which is we stuff again here, we look back in, and then we rotate our range, right? Two options. That's what we're watching for right now. Watch your reoffer on the look below. Seller's still sitting here at 30s, no change. Need to see a very clear bid step back up. And now offer this if we're going to hold this resistance on retest back in. Only way I look long here is to look over 30s and hold. Again, we know this is supply, which is why it makes it such a rough area to try. So what did we just see happen? We tested our highs, failed, or we're now at our mid. So this should be your first risk off for shorts. If we continue to maintain this ledge, we rotate the full balance. If this bid can maintain, we can look over and then look for that push above 30s for continuation. Need to see the look below. Can we make this a Discord sticker? What? Make what a Discord sticker?
We're shortly expecting comments from ECB's Lane now.
Dude, get me out of here. This area is such a mess. That doesn't work. I mean, you just have to rewrite it. That's all that needs to happen. Or you can like mess with the your UI size, right? Like that's how we did this one. Is that we just like scrunched the actual window until it was worded like that.
Trump says, I'm feeling very good on the bill in Congress. Trump says, very close on the tax bill. So Trump there just making comments as he was asked questions as he met with the South African president before going into the White House. So keep in mind, in 10 minutes time now at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Barkin and Fed's Bowman, who will participate in a Fed Listens event. Bowman, however, not offering any remarks. So again, comments from Fed's Barkin in just under 10 minutes time.
There you go. Yeah, easy bait. This is our look above. Super important test here off of our hold of our mid. We can bid this. This looks pretty solid for continuation. See if we get some momentum here. This break is super important.
Oman's foreign ministry says a fifth round of Iran-US nuclear talks will take place in Rome on May 23rd. Bit of weakness in WTI crude off the back of this.
We need to see a sustained bid happen here. Retesting highs. Offer sitting at 50 should be your first risk off, and then leave runners.
In 5 minutes' time now, at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting comments from Fed's Barkin.
The bid's down at 30. Kind of awkward. I need this 25-30 to hold and then push back over 40s for more. Or this just looks like it failed off of 50. See what we can do. I got stopped into 30 there. My average was not great. Try again. Waiting for them to figure out where this dip's going to be, and then we know where we need to push above. Again, that 40. That's where that offer is going to be sitting for the lower high.
So we're shortly expecting possible comments from Fed's Barkin.
$30 tilting 15s. Fed really attempting to step up from this 35.40 in the look over, but it's still just very two-sided. They're going to take you seriously, Rom. No way this fails, right? They did all that work to get stuffed here? Surely not. Come on.
So keep in mind the bilateral meeting with Trump and South African President Ramaphosa has now started. We've got a video, we'll get it out for you very soon. That video is now on the feed for those interested. So we've got the video for Fed's Barkin and Trump and SAFA President Ramaphosa as well.
These guys fail here. This is Donzo.
Trump says going to be discussing the G20. We'll discuss some things you've read in the media.
But it shouldn't be. That's the problem. Just put in so much effort to try to push through this. Oof. These guys are now all offsides. We watch for a lower high here. We know that the bid is here, just like it has been over and over and over again. We need to see if sell side's going to step in now to defend this on retest. If they do, then we'll look for this move like this. Same as before. This is my last attempt on this. If this doesn't work, then I'm not touching this area anymore until they figure it out. Invalidation over 36.
South Africa's President Ramaphosa says South Africa has critical minerals that the US needs.
Trump is so funny, man. Jesus. So rude. Jesus. Run the bids out and we go to... Yeah, I don't know, John. That makes the most sense to me, but God, this area sucks. ES offer is like very clear at 950. They're showing that with size. There's 600 contracts at 950. Did they pull those though? Unsure. This area sucks. Like, this is what our seller looks like on ES right now, as we're just up here. Like, they're just showing size like that. Did they pull that and then we go higher? I don't know. Am I muted on Discord? No. This area sucks, though. Just gotta wait for a decision to be made. I think sell side fails if we push over 36. I really do. Like, I need to see the lower highs. I need to see us take out this 510 and get us over, get us below 500s. But like, it is so very clear that the bid is just sitting here, right? So like we need to see this look below for shorts to matter, or we're just chopping in this range. Like that should be obvious. I want to see these lows taken because I'm sick of this area, but if the highs are taken and we actually can sustain, great, right? But like we gotta get below this, and I want us to head down to this liquidity below for a fresh test. But like if we continue to just maintain these lows, like there's nothing has changed. Like our uptrend is intact. It's just god awful. So like great if we're holding lows, but this a guy is still willing to just take this size in up here like that. Like I just can't be bothered, honestly. I really can't. Not good price action. Awful. There hasn't been anything to say. The last thing the news guy said was South Africa has minerals that we need. And that was 7 minutes ago.
Trump says doing big deals with India and Pakistan.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't repeat every word Trump says, just the important stuff. Get me out of this oscillation, man. Oh my god. I'm losing my mind. I'm grabbing water. I'll be right back. I can't be bothered. I'm not you. What's up, Julian? Sorry, sucks, man. Another oscillation on RTY. I don't think we're going anywhere until we break out of this shit. Nice. I feel like there were opportunities for the long earlier today. It's the same levels as yesterday, so I don't think you needed to be in from the open. You just had to know that this was the low of balance, right? From yesterday. So like we started to maintain. This is the exact same auction from this from yesterday where we held 410 to our 380, showing that interest at our low, and then we stepped over, and then we did our auction flip pivot. Right, same as before at our top of balance, and as soon as we showed interest over our balance high, we got our big pop to the upside. So like, I mean, like you don't need to catch like this entire move. This entire move's crazy if you caught it, but the recovery of our balance low is the same play that we did yesterday into close. Who's screaming in this? What is going on in this conference? But up here, there's like no edge. I mean, like the only thing that you know is that we're still maintaining higher lows. We're slow grinding up. There's clearly a seller above. Russell's flat. ES is flat. But we're still maintaining highs, right? So until we see the break back below our 500, 510, I think it's going to be really rough to try to look down. But once we do, it should be very quick for our retracement. Oh, okay, there we go. They're showing the screen now on the news conference. Yeah, dude, I was super confused. It was so loud. I thought someone like snuck in the room that was like screaming. I don't know. Until there's more clarity, there's not a great long entry unless, again, you're trying off that 500, 510. That's the only edge that I really see that's playable. Anything up here just feels way too two-sided, and it feels like a coin flip. Like, will you probably be able to close at the 560? Yeah, probably, right? Like, nothing is broken about our lows, but these highs feel so bad. So bad. So until we show interest outside of this area, and we're not just making a doji every 50 minutes, I'm gonna sit on hands personally. I think if you're in runners on longs, I think you're probably headed to 560. That would be my guess. Why is the president of South Africa looking like looking at this like this is the first time he's seen him? It's like, oh shit, what's over there? Oh my god. I think Cass is fine. He shows up for class still. He said, I'd like to know where that is in his own country. What? That's crazy. He said, thank you, sir. This Clown Fiesta, man. Clown Fiesta. I guess, man. Jesus Christ, this conference. What is going on, man? Back to where we risked off last into our 50s. I think we're headed to 60. That's personally where I think we're headed up there. What happens from there? No clue. We flipped our pivot for our short at our 36. That is now supportive, this 30-36. Back to our highs. Let's see what happens. I don't know. Russell in the middle of its range. I don't expect anything crazy with RTY still just oscillating this. But ES finally a bit broke out. See if we can keep going. I think ES target should be up into that 58 60 as well. When do you update your footprint zones? When they start to shift. Like if we've spent too much time in an area, and we start to see something new, then I'll update them. But like if I don't see anyone really that's like offsides or any new absorption, it just kind of remains the same. There's no point in updating. Yeah, no, it is a dangerous place, man. When you have to like have armed security for your own house, it's not great.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we do see the release of the 20-year bond auction for the US, where they are selling $16 billion worth. Now, the prior high yield was 4.81%, and the prior bid to cover was 2.63. So the auction of these new 20-year bonds
Should
at 1
be a
p.m.
risk
today
off, I think.
is likely to
into
obtain a
58.60.
5% coupon, the market's highest in several years, as a result that will shed light on the strength of investor demand for long maturity yields above that threshold. Still, JP Morgan strategists in a late Tuesday note said that elevated policy uncertainty and a worsening fiscal outlook likely requires additional concession for the sale to be digested smoothly. And the latest CFTC positioning data shows that speculators were net short 77.6 thousand classic bond futures contracts, a possible source of covering demand at the auction.
Jesus.
So in 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $16 billion in 20-year bonds. The prior high yield was 4.81%, and the prior bid to cover was 2.63.
Alright, let's see if we can hold this again on retest or if this flips. Get me out of here, man.
The White House supports the House Republicans' tax bill, according to Punchbowl.
This is POC, a previous candle on the bid and push up. We should see a reoffer of sell side serious, where this will go resistance again, just like last attempt. If we don't see this, we're just rotating back down into these lows. I'm only looking for a short on either this reoffer here or a very clear look below 500s, and then we can play this down. Without this reoffer, I don't want to play the mid of this little balance that we're trading in. I don't like it.
Amazon CEO says tariffs haven't reduced consumer demand.
All right, we want to see offer step down here
And says no
into this,
significant price increases are
or a
seen from
bid step
tariffs
over
either.
again, and then we can look for this rotation through. See what happens. We got to see him sweep this low. Russell bottom of range here again, full oscillation. Yes, bottom of range, full oscillation. Like, you gotta give us more than 10 points here, man.
So 1 minute remaining to expect to get the when issued yield for the 20-year bond auction. Auction results normally follow 2 minutes after this.
There's your rotation. This should be your risk off into 510. Leave runners on just in case we're able to drop below that 500 and offer. New 15's opening now.
When issued, 20-year yield 5.035% ahead of the auction. So again, we're now shortly expecting the results from this US 20-year bond auction. I'll lead with the high rate.
ES still maintaining this low. Russell still maintaining this low. It's gonna be so hard to get more until we see this break. We got to see these break, guys. Like, it's so necessary. We know that NQ demand is here at this 500, 510. We got to get below. We need to sweep this thing, and we need Russell to break down this range. If we just bounce here again and we rotate up, we're gonna have to wait again for this pop, right? So we need to see these things start to sell here across the board. This is your next target into this low. Let's see if they can sweep through this. I want
again compared to the pre-sale when issued yield of 5.035%. With a bid to cover of 2.46, 2.46. So the US there selling $16 billion, awarding 41.02% of bids at high.
Get me out of here.
Primary dealers take 16.91%, direct 14.07%, and indirect 69.02%. That's a tail of around 1.2 basis points there on the 20-year bond auction. Again, that's a tail 1.2 basis points.
All right, we're almost into target here. You should be risking off your position, moving stops. You've set it above this our auction flip now. It's like above 510 or 505. I think it'd be fine for runners. We should be looking for a secondary move here where we, from this demand, we now retest into this and ideally offer holds and then shows interest below. But if we pop back over this, expect full rotations up. Something like that. Yeah, if they flip back over this and this offer holds, sorry, if the bid held the lows and then we can pop back over, it is most likely gonna go. The way that I look at it is when we see stuff like this, we have basically just like a curling over that's happening into these highs, which makes me not want to try it. It's like you can play little scalps up, but like as soon as you meet sell side again, you gotta just like look for the reversion trade. But as soon as we see stuff like this, where we curl over and we break our lows, like we should be looking for them to seek liquidity lower because we continue to fail at the highs. So it's just like going for that liquidity first, and then if we recover this, secondary buyers step in, we should then be able to take out highs. So like this is a super important pivot for me now because what we're doing is retesting this mother bar, right? Where we pushed through all of this supply. We looked above the supply that's here, right? We got our little look over. We see sell side sitting there again. Now it's a matter of, now that we've come back down to our most recent buyer, can we push back into this and flip back through with auction and take out these highs? I think that if we do hold this and we flip back over, it is very likely that we take out highs because now we've have fresh liquidity to try this again. If this offer holds, right, and we hold this balance low as resistance off of this move, we should expect, I think, one more leg down into this liquidity below to retest this break of this balance.
So move to the downside and Apple being brought to my attention here.
We'll see.
We've seen that OpenAI had acquired Johnny Ive's AI hardware startup in a $6.5 billion deal. All stock deal for IO's startup set to close this summer. Again, shares of Apple quickly falling to session lows off the back of this.
I think on a more micro level, because like these are more of like the higher time frame stuff, we should see offers sit into 520 and then retest this regardless, but I think that this is where that bid will be. So watch into 520 for sell side, and then we look to see if we can defend this auction flip. If we can, we should go up. If we look back below these lows, right, like that's when it's a good sign that we want to continue down, take out the lows. We're just trying to see if we're shifting value at the low of our balance or recovering. 20 is like your main pivot here. Sweeping the lows. Full Russell rotation into our opening range low. Yes, into next target here. I think we see one more reoffer into like 80 to 90. Risking off a little more of my short here on our previous auction flip into 45 to 60. This is our balance. Top of balance, our previous balance. Full retrace of this big old mother bar that we had. Pushing below 45s is going to result in much more downside, in my opinion. We'll see. I think you're going to see a big test in here, where we'll look for someone to get caught, and then we'll decide short-term direction off of that. We'll see. That's my general idea here. Because we know that, like, if this guy at 40-45 at these lows is unable to sustain, we're headed to 420, which was yesterday, the same area, right? Like, it's just there's nothing here if we can't hold this edge high from 445 to 460. We've got another 40 points down. So really need to see if buy side's going to be able to take here, or if we're going to be heading down into this. This would be your next target if this area fails. And we can't get back over 60 from this dip. Into our 45 here. Great secondary risk off. And now you need to see that offer lower again, step down, because this is where we expect the bid to be heavy. I'm going to move this over so it's just not so... You see how strong that reaction is into our 45s. Watching our rotation up into 80. Retesting our 60 edge. See if bid sits here. If bid sits here, then go to 80, I think. If offer pushes back below 45, then all we're doing is trapping here, and then we look for this secondary move down. We shall see.
We're shortly expecting the results from the Fed reverse repo facility. The US as well here saying it made 2 findings with Iran sanctions implications, just waiting on some more colour.
Oh, this Russell breakdown was so good for us. Actually, we were able to move. Feels good, man. Again, this is just like a huge pivot for us. I don't know which way we're gonna break. You should be mostly risked out of shorts. It's fine to hold a runner. I have my stop on my runner on my short at 85 above. Now we just wait to see how we interact here. We know that there's liquidity here. If we push below, I still think like 410, 420 is a great target for any continuation. But other than that, just gotta see how we interact.
So just noting the moves in the markets here, just noting some pullback in the US indices here. So this is coming after the 20-year bond auction. We saw pretty low demand for this, despite the yields being above 5% for this 20-year sale. Again, we did see a 1.2 basis point tail in that auction. And also saw that negative Apple catalyst with OpenAI CEO Altman saying that the former Apple executive Ive is to take an expansive role at OpenAI. As he's acquiring his startup company for $6.5 billion.
I have
Again, just
three
both these
contracts left
catalysts kind of
here.
together really just working to push the US indices to the downside. Apple down, the S&P 500 down around 0.6% now. Taking a look at Apple shares down around 1.73%.
If offer's serious, we look into this edge here.
Also seeing 41 counterparties
reject and
taking
then continue down.
$162.802 billion at the Fed's reverse repo operation.
This is your lower end of balance here into 380, 390. That's a full retracement of this balance zone, right? So we'll see what happens. I'm just holding runners. 2 left. This is ES 30-second opening range.
So the US is saying that they found strategic materials used in Iran's missile program.
This sells crazy.
And also found that Iran's construction sector was being controlled by the IRGC.
I have 1 contract left here. I'll look to see if I can add back in on this low. We'd want to see 380, 390 go offer here for more down. If this is just going to keep going down, I don't have a great entry. I'm just going to hold my runner.
Losses extending in the US indices here with the S&P now down 0.8%.
I think a reversion back up is pretty likely here soon. Our 15-minute VWAP sitting at 400. We have a bid trying at 370. If these guys continue to get absorbed, then we keep going down. If we push back over 390, we should, 380, we should be able to head back up to 400s for retests. But if this guy at 370 is stuck, like he's just screwed. I'm waiting to see if I can re-add. I've got only 1 contract left. I don't particularly want to close. But I think that we get a bit of relief here soon, and then we retest into this edge. I need to see like this be like strong sell, and then we can look back down. Something like that would be good. We'll see. Russell's finally found a local low, so that's important. We'll watch ES here into our 30-second opening range. If we can hold our day open as resistance and then do something like this, downside is more likely. If we bid and then do something like this, that goes back up. right, where we hold our low. So we want to see very strong rejections at our 30-second.
So keep in mind in 10 minutes time now at the bottom of the hour, we are
This is
expecting
our
comments from
pivot here
ECB's
on
Escriva.
NQ. Immediate rejection. Fuck me. I didn't get in. Was too busy drawing on my chart. God damn it. Alright, well, I'm still in my one runner, but I didn't add. That's gonna tilt me. Too busy drawing on screen. Alright, well, good. I'm glad you got in at least. Someone's making money. That sucks. You got in as well? Alright, thank God. At least some of you are
The
making...
Nasdaq turning negative, last down spot 5% as well.
This is our next little area of liquidity. If we push below 300, 315, probably another leg down. We'll see. This is a full retracement to our 30-second opening range on NQ. So I don't know how much more we have here. Unsure. Unsure. I'm not really looking for more downside until we show interest below 280. Not gonna lie. I think that this might be it. I'll look for more shorts if we don't just find a bid in these lows. And then we offer this and then continue down. This was a huge move. I'm not mad, though. I'm not mad. God damn it. I can't believe I missed that drawing on both of these. So stupid.
And Trump ends remarks with South African President Ramaphosa at the Oval Office.
Sorry for swearing. That's just annoying that I missed that. This move was just so clear to me off that failure at the highs. It was just being patient and waiting for it. Well, that meeting was kind of a clusterfuck, I'm not gonna lie. That was interesting.
The Treasury 30-year yield rising 10 basis points on the day to 5.07%. S&P 500 now down 1%. Pretty dramatic reversal we've seen in the US indices here following the 20-year bond auction and that Apple catalyst as well.
Yes, target is just 80-hour low. 82, 73. If Russell starts to hold below our 30-second opening range here, it'll do exactly what we just saw in ES. So we'll wait for that as a catalyst for re-entry potential. See what happens
So
here.
Wall Street's worries about ballooning deficits threatens America's status as a safe haven were reflected in this $16 billion Treasury sale that saw lackluster demand with stocks, bonds, and the dollar now falling and yields rising.
My DOM is freaking out. It's doing that thing where it offsets itself. Super annoying. All right, so I'm going to zoom out real quick just so that we know where we are. This is where we found our dip buy in the morning, right? So this is a super important area to let us know if we are going
Moves
to
in the
continue down or
indices
not.
extending to the downside here.
We know
1.2% in the red for the S&P 500 now.
we know we have liquidity below us. This is where we dipped down in Globex and then bounced. So if this is now our resistance
Nasdaq
here,
down
which is what
1%
it
now
looks
as well.
like, we should be able to continue down. So we're really needing to see this low taken, which is what's happening now, and we want to see us push below 200s for more, or we should expect that this is where the bid rests. So until we push below this should be a risk off, in my opinion, from our next leg off of the rejection of our opening range, which we just saw happen, right? And we now need to get below here, this 200, 220, for anything more, in my opinion. Or we can just oscillate in between these two. I can't even, not fast enough to talk anymore with how crazy these moves are. All right. Quite the sell, indeed. So I'm taking off half of my 10 contracts here into 220 on retest. Just my just the reoffer of our 30-second opening range as resistance, and then just trading into this 222 or 200 that we know is demand. Peace, Kowalski. Great job. Great job, Sauce.
So keep in mind, we are possibly shortly expecting comments from ECB's Escriva.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow. All right.
S&P 500 down 1.3% now.
Well, that was a move. So from our 530 offer, and then our secondary here on the flip, and now I'm trying off of our 30-second opening range low on this look below here. Just playing it down. And now just in 5 runners, I'm in queue. I'll take off a little bit more as we push down into ADR and then just chill, because what the hell's happening, you know? I'm at $1,000 on 5 MNQ right now off of the 30-second opening range rejection. Holy. And people say you can't make money with MNQ.
The US 10-year yield rising 10 basis points now. It's highest since February 13th.
I have 3 contracts left. I'm just gonna set it at 280 stop. And then we'll see what happens. I don't know how much more selling there's left. I'm unsure. I'll be right back. These guys gonna stop me out? I wonder. Mm-mm-mm. This is our 30-second opening range. We start to bid over 300s again. Probably a pretty good chance of upside, but if you're long from the lows, this is a great risk off. Then just leave a runner. Ugh. I mean, the buy seems pretty preemptive, but it's fine for a scalp. If you get lucky and you hold a runner and you play it back up, seems a little preemptive right now. To call it like the low, you know? Like we just had a 300-point downside move, right? Like some upside is to be expected, but I'm gonna need to see a bit more clarity from buyers for me to not just think that this is gonna be like a mother bar and then a halfway back and then a continuation. Personally, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why it's like it's a good scalp if you got the low, sure. But as long as we're trading below our 30-second opening range, like I'm not bullish. You're crazy. It's true, Horatio. They got you. They got your number. You're just balanced between these two areas, right? Like that's all we're seeing. We don't want to look for more until we either see a dip back below like this, or a very clear look over our day open, willingness to bid here again, or we're just going to potentially drop and then rotate through, right? Just balance to balance, zone to zone. They just stopped me on my short runner. They're at 80. See if we can get over, or if well, we just get back in. Looking up, see what we can do. It kind of feels greedy trying to play this back up after just catching that entire move down. But it's there's a lot of potential. I think at least 420 is likely if we can hold this edge. Watch our reaction into ES 30-second opening range. This was a big sell on last interaction. I'd like to see the bid be here at this 300 to 280 where I stopped out of my short. I wouldn't have stopped out of my short unless I thought that this was a key pivot for short term. So let's see if we can flag this and look up, or if this is going to go offer again and then rotate through. Unsure. See what we can do here. With the increased in volatility, you have to have wider stops, and you want to be trading less size. Just an FYI, or you're going to get stopped out looking for these bounces and et cetera, et cetera. Like the volatility is crazy right now, so the range is increased, and so your size should decrease and your stop should increase so that you don't get stopped out. You'll make up for the smaller size with the larger move. It's fine having like very tight stops and trading a larger size when we're in tighter ranges and lower vol, but you have to change your risk parameters when we have higher vol. If you're uncomfortable playing futures with this, I mean, options are still a thing if you're looking for a larger move and the volatility is just too dramatic for you. So if like you think that this is potentially a low, it might be worth looking to try options instead of losing a lot of your profits from the downside leg on your futures play while we wait for this to develop. Just remember, it's always an option. All this work that was done here between these two sessions for it to just not matter where we gump down to these guys or rotate up into these guys after that move is done and then do the exact same thing in a single leg. It's just crazy how much effort was shown and put through, and then we just come right back down to these lows off of coming into these highs. Just such like insane balance still. It's mind-blowing, honestly. All that work just done. See if offer holds here, or if we can flip back over 300. Testing into our 300, bid trying to sweep. See what they can do. This dude for sure is a bot, right? Gabriel. It's the second time you posted that today. What's up, Izzy? You just missed a crazy move. Oh, nice. Good job. I'm glad that came back from the dead. Yeah, I don't know who's gonna win this one out. I think there are a lot of people who are trying to long this low from this basically full retrace of balance here, right? We just went over this before you got on, but I'm gonna just say it again. We've been rotating in this balance, right, from here to here for quite some time, where this has been very clearly a high into these like 520s, 580s, and this has been a pretty clear low into these 200s, where we continue to see this bid just kind of show interest down here. So I think there are a lot of people who are trying to play this rotation back up again, seeing as like this has been a very common reaction. But it feels a little preemptive right now. I'd like to see price settle a bit more, but I feel like there might be, if it does retrace, you might miss it. If it might not have as much settling. I'm in structure that like the structure might not be great. We might miss it. So it's a bit tough. Because like technically, like nothing has really shifted here. Like this can still be like all we did was come to our halfway back, right? So like this is our 320 here. This is where we rejected. So like can you be really bullish here until we recover that halfway back? Not really. It's just an inside candle. But we are seeing higher lows, right? We're seeing a recovery of our ADR low. It's not a bad sign, but it's, again, just a little preemptive. Just feels like it's going to be a little two-sided until it's not. Like first target has to be 320, and then secondary target has to be 380 for your reversion trade, your 15-minute VWAP. If we're looking long, like both of these points are very clear selling points for me. So like that needs to be areas where you're risking off some of your position if you are long from lows. We just figure out what we want to do here on in this inside bar. I don't know, I'm not too worried about it. Yeah. I mean, we just got such a nice rotation that I'm, again, like, I don't need to catch both sides. But if we see something that actually looks good, then we can play it. The goal is to not give back the short. Yeah, exactly. Motivation. I don't know if if the 10-year keeps going up, interest rates are gonna go crazy on houses. So is it actually a good time to buy because it's the lowest it's going to be because interest rates are going crazy, or is it going to reverse and then interest rates are going to get better? I don't even know what to tell my brother at this point. There's like a pretty high correlation between the 10 and 20 and mortgage rates. Hmm. He's like dead set on buying a house. Couldn't be me, man. Couldn't be me. No, not Arlo, Liam. He's like actually dead set on it. I can't convince him to not. A house, yeah. In Ohio, yeah. Like taking out a mortgage just like it couldn't be me, man. Ugh. Wanting to take out a mortgage right now just sounds so crazy. Why are you against it? I mean, I just don't think I feel like things haven't settled down yet. I mean, I guess like he has money, so it's not terrible, but it just seems like such a weird time to buy because I feel like rates like the whole idea behind Trump is like he wants rates to come down, right? So like if you can just wait for his thing to play out, then you should have a much better opportunity where you're not borrowing at like 10 or 20%, right? Like we want to get down to like 5. That'd be nice. But I don't know. I mean, it's if he finds his dream house, he finds his dream house and it doesn't matter. He can afford it. It just seems weird to try to buy right now. Like I feel like there's going to be so many Airbnb houses in a year on the market that are going to be worth where people are just getting liquidated. Yeah, or you could just wait a year and rent. Like why? Like I don't know. Like he doesn't need a house. He doesn't have a kid. He's not married. Just rent for a year until you find the house that you love, and then like if it's the house that you actually want to stay in for the next 30 years on your 30-year mortgage, like okay, cool. But if it's just like a random house that you're buying and now you're in a commitment for the next, 10, 20, 30 years, like that's seems like a lot. I don't know, I'm not the guy to talk to about real estate. I am such a doomer when it comes to that. Okay, sir. Yeah, it was fixed next day, man. Like right in the morning. You think I'm gonna pay this much and then have a broken toilet? Yeah, no. Immediately fixed. Will it break again? Unsure. Time will tell. Seeing this place, I'm assuming it's going to be broken again. Ugh. Yeah. But yeah, no, I'm definitely pushing some of my doomer energy out. But I don't know, like I move at least once a year. Like I can't settle. I am so indecisive. I can't imagine locking myself down into a home. Maybe if I had a kid, it would be different. My mentality would definitely shift. Moving once a year is also crazy, I guess. I don't know. I just need something new. I spend too much time in my house. So if like something cooler or something like just like that looks great, or I feel like it's going to be a better opportunity to, I'll move there. I don't care. Spend so much of my time in my house because I work from home, so it's whatever. Yeah. Sorry, there's not really much to talk about. It's just what I thought was going to happen, which is nothing. Just chop. Now that we've gotten down to the slow. So I'm just chilling. Not trying to call the low and then give back all of our gains from our short. That is not me. What I need to do right now actually is post a tweet that says this is the bottom and this is the next leg right after each other, and then we can delete one whichever plays out. And then we can call that and get our Twitter fame. I'm sure that's what a lot of people are doing right now. Yeah, we gotta get ready. This is either the generational dip buy, or this is the end. You know, we'll see. Exactly. Exactly. Sir, did you see this guy who has a $1 billion leverage, 40 times leverage long on Bitcoin right now with a liquidation at 103K? $1 billion long. 40-time leverage. Who collects? The brokerage. Who's ever giving them the leverage. They take the primary liquidity. Like the initial. Still just trading inside our inside candle here. No clarity as of yet. I mean, there's definitely a buyer where we thought they would be into our reversion and our ETH low, but day open is still acting as pretty heavy resistance. So if you are trying to long this area, this has to be a risk off as we push into these highs, seeing as this is where that seller is located. Other than that, no change, right? Just doji, doji, doji. We're not going to have clarity until we break out of this area, just like we were at the highs. This is either going to give us liquidity for another leg down, right, where all of these buyers are going to get trapped, or we're going to have sellers who are trapped into the lows, and then we can play for rotations back up. I'm actually going to delete all of our NQ drawings, and then let's reevaluate this area now that we have some new clarity, some new context, sorry. So like 195 to 173. Let's set this up. 195. 173. This seller right now is pretty screwed. I'll play around this guy. And then we've got very clear offer. Losing my voice. Very clear offer into 300. 295. To 322, 325. And then if any new information comes out, I'll look at it. I think probably wrote highlighting this pivot at 250 to 235 could be good for us. 250 to 235 is your short, is your mid, or we're trying to see if the bid will step up or offer steps down. All right, that's probably all we need for right now. This is real as far as I can see. Check this out. This is all inside Google's new AI model. Well, yeah. I mean, like, how do you compete with someone who has access to YouTube for all data? The slop that's about to be in shorts, man, it's about to be insane. Oh yeah, definitely. But like, check this out. Here, I know you can't see the link, but I'll post it in. Like, that's all from a single model. It's crazy. And like, how do we know that they're just like taking all of YouTube's content? Like, look, this is a prompt that someone put in. Why didn't that link work? I hate that they took away embeds and I have to manually. There we go. Streamer getting victory royale with a pickaxe. That's the prompt. It's like actual Fortnite gameplay. Like, that's not okay. Yeah, man. All right, well, while we sit here, let me do my daily connections. Today was easy. All right, let's see. You got purple first? Oh boy. It's not, the play button is not working for me. Oh, there we go. I feel like I potentially see the purple, but I'm unsure. All right, I'm trying to get all the other categories without actually clicking any to get the purple. I think one of them is block, bar, deny, refuse. That seems easy. I think cream, tablet, spray, patch is probably one. Well, I usually have to figure out two categories because there's usually a red herring for both. So if you can find like Like tablet's a clear red herring for me. Because it could be in either category if you tried to go for like the desktop and the compact and the tablet, right? But I think tablet is medicine rather than like a tablet computer. Yeah, so I usually try to find those because I think those are the easiest. And then once you eliminate that, then it makes the purple easy to find. I think I've got all of them. I think purple's waffle iron, clam, laptop, compact. Yeah. And then the medicine one. For the tablet. Because that was the red herring there. Cream, tablet, patch, spray, for sure, right? Yep. And then like the desktop, music, pictures, trash, right? For like PC desktop icons. Right? Or no? Essentially? Yeah, that makes sense. And then, yeah, then the refuse, bar, deny, block. Yep. I didn't do yesterday's. I have no clue. I forgot. Was it easy? I'll have to go back and look. So we got our bid where we thought we would into our low of our balance here. Just back to our mid now. Our 3 zones playing out. This is why I just deleted everything. These were easy to find with this absorption here. This should be your first risk off. If we can bid above, then you should just do a rotation up to 295 through 25. That's all I really got. If you're willing to play this low, this is your balance. I personally haven't touched anything. Just gonna wait. How much do you pay for this? New York Times subscribe to games. How much is this? $5.99 a month? Yeah, but there's an app that like does a full archive for each of the games. So I've just been using that. But it doesn't feel the same, you know? There's an app called Connections Game Archive that has every single one of them. I've been using that a lot. It's 14 pages, 50 per page. Kind of crazy. All right, let's see if we can get this last leg. If they can get this look above and hold, testing into our value high of previous candle. So it makes sense that offer's trying to sit here. I need to start going for purple first. That's crazy. How do you see that? Is there a... Oh, okay, I got it. You have so many games on your record. Holy shit. Actions is the only one that I like adamantly play. I like that the new one, Strands. That one's interesting. But you're like kind of like SOL if you can't figure out what the meaning is behind their terrible hint. So it's a pretty hit or miss. Yeah, exactly. Like as soon as you figure it out, it's easy. But if you can't, it's like that's not great. The fish one from a couple days ago took me, I think, 2 hints. I like just like I don't know why I couldn't comprehend that it was fish. Like my brain could not process the bait hint that they gave. It's like, oh, of course it's fishing, and then it's just like fish names. Like, okay, man. It's just like actual head empty. I don't know if I've played Letterboxd. What is that? Oh, I have. That's the one where you have to like make words and then use all the letters. Got it. I don't think I've solved it in 5 words yet. I think I've solved it in 6 the last 2 times. But I haven't really played this that much. I'm not great at these kind of games. My my brain doesn't have too many 5-letter words on hand. I feel like you just need to know 1,000 5-letter words just off rip. This just feels like one of those games where you just need to have like 100 behind you already so that you have a feeling of like which words the common denominator ones. Same for Wordle, I guess, but nerd bait. Bit is really attempting to flip our mid pivot here. I mean, it's just so slow compared to before. We held our low, now attempting to shift our mid. If this can succeed, we're in an okay spot for the rotation up. We've got 3 value highs that are at the same level here, just at this 255. Need to show interest above and the ability to actually bid and hold, or these guys are just going to get stuffed. RTY kind of leading down, very clear lower highs, while Russell is just equal. I don't know, what's the over-under that they bid this thing back up into close on the last hour? I feel like it's pretty high. Or at least a reversion to VWAP. It still feels a little preemptive to me, but I don't know. Yeah, it definitely feels like the theme lately is just like big ol' moves either direction, and then like the day means nothing at close. Yeah, I agree. Later, Izzy. Mm, there is not a new update. What, um, sometimes I have to disable, re-enable the volume profile to show up as well. Which volume profile? The one on the side or the daily profile? Let's fix one error at a time. One on the side is showing up right now, but it disappears, so then I just re-enable. Weird, so your visible range profile is the one that keeps disappearing. That's what you're saying. I don't think I've ever had that. The daily profile on mine goes away sometimes, and that's just because I don't have enough candles loaded. But I've never had an issue with the visible range profile before. Hmm. Next time it happens, can you send me a link in DMs? Like share your layout with me? So you would just like come up into this corner and then you would turn on sharing and then you'd copy the link itself. And then I'll see if I get the same error when you're seeing it, or if it, because then we can determine if it's like a hardware thing or if it's like your chart itself. Because I haven't seen a lot of the errors that you're talking about. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. Is because like we have to be able to problem solve it together. The day open, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know why those would disappear unless you're changing time frame. I could see a bit of an irregularity there, especially between switch between RTH and ETH. I could see that potentially having issues. But if you're consistently on the same time frame and the same RTH, ETH, like if you stick to RTH, I don't know why there would be an issue. I'm sure. I don't know. We'll problem solve it as it comes up. So I don't know if anyone's in from this low on retest, but this is basically the only entry and trade I see for this push up. This was fine on the hold of our 35 to 50 for the rotation up to our 30-second opening range. I think all we're doing now is just waiting for a low for a dip. We want to see something rebid and then we figure out what we're doing. But this was good. This look into this liquidity again and the pop. It's just a waiting game now to see if we can reclaim our 30-second opening range. Until that happens and we show interest above, like this is just hard resistance here. It's hard to really say that we want more, right? It's just like we got to get through. So I think it's just a waiting game now. We can look to see if this bid will happen into our ETH low. But again, like I really don't have a ton of edge here. The only thing that we could recognize is this seller who is caught off sides, and then us coming back down into this liquidity, finding that bid, and then immediately popping off of it. Now it's just waiting to see where that liquidity is going to step in again. Is it going to be all the way back down here into these lows, or are we going to be able to make a higher low and see that bid step in again? Unsure. I'm not too comfortable in these shorts up here. Like I would have liked to have seen us come back up into this higher liquidity for the short, because I think that like this buyer down here is still pretty present. And yeah, I think again, like this ETH low is where a bid would be likely for a higher low if it was going to happen. If not, then it's just going to be a full retrace off of another failure at our day open. So just going to give this a minute. We called that this wasn't going to be like a straight reversal once we came down into these lows. And we were expecting chop. The range is nice, but you really only want to be attempting the edges. You don't want to get caught in the mid because of how large the area is, right? I wish I had more to say, but I don't know. I mean, we caught it at an amazing short. Now it's just a matter of letting this settle. I try not to overtrade after catching big moves because ego gets in the way, even subconsciously, and I don't want to be on the wrong side and give it all back, you know? I think it's super important that after you have big wins to chill a bit, reevaluate. His liquidation is 103. BTC. He's got room. I mean, it doesn't look great for him, but you know, he has room. I'll keep an eye on it. CR offer into 35 if this is gonna break. If an offer was gonna be anywhere, I'd want it to be there into this this pivot again on retest. Right, we're just like watching to see if this is going to come down or if we just get more of the same where buyers are willing to take in these lows and then we pop back up and do the full rotation. Unsure. We need to see how solid this low is. Is there still a lot of buying down here that's going to take place? Is it going to all fall through and we're going to see some selling pressure? We don't know yet. We don't have enough information into this low. All we know is that there was a pretty strong buyer here last attempt. So you're going to see a lot of people, I think, trying to add down here. I am unsure. I liked the first attempt in. That to me made a lot more sense. I could see them going for lows first. Take out these wick lows here. And then we figure out if the bid's going to step back in. But this is where you should be actively looking to see if buyers are going to show up, I think. Our zone is 20 points instead of the usual 10 with just the increase in volatility. So see if we can find a bid here. Not as dramatic as the last attempt into this area. So I think there again, we're just taking out these wick lows from people who are trying to add with stops here. What happens now, I think, determines probably the next into close, I would say. We'll see. We want to take it up those lows. We have an hour left in the market, so I think this is just cleaning up some of this, and then we'll figure it out, directionality. I feel like we need to get back over 190 to 200 for any upside off of this for short term. Just into our low of our range here into 72 and bid. If offer maintains, we'll probably take out these lows into 160. So we'll see. I really think this is just a punishment game into the end of the hour. Bond markets close very soon at top of hour. We've got this VPOC down at 54 that we could probably play around with, but I think once the bond market closes, we'll get more directionality, especially with us taking out that wick low. If we can get back over, then maybe upside. We'll see. I'm waiting for close of hour for decisions to be made. I think this is just punishment, like I said before. Punishing these longs who are trying to reload here. We're seeing the same absorption as before at a little bit lower at 168. So here's our potential offer into our 190-200. Let's see if the bid can pop over. We've got 2 minutes until new hour and bond market close. We are just looking to see if buyers are going to absorb here again, accumulate, and then pop us back, now taking out these wick lows. We need to see a bit more pressure from the bid. Good look above. See if we can hold it. One minute until last hour of the day. See if we can find a higher low here. Offer at 200, still holding us. They're still just playing around in this area. They're just taking people's stops and then we're just rotating. Again, there's a absorption into 168. There's a seller at 200 for the offer. We just need to show interest above. We will get the run once we have some momentum into these highs. Until then, you're just playing. It's just they're literally just screwing people here. Like that's the job of this area. $200 offer is still holding. No change. They keep just flashing it, absorbing into it so far. No change. Russell failing at our balance low so far. Yes, as well. They got to sweep this. They just took out our low. Russell taken as well. Yes, taken. See what they do with it. into our NQ ADR here. I think it's a great area to move stops down just in case we find liquidity, but I think we're probably going for that 54.50 on ES for that BPOC. We'll see what happens though. A lot of potential for some liquidity to be found here on NQ, but as long as Russell continues to lead down and ES continues to lead down, we should just continue to see this sell. We have got an offside buyer at 155, and we have that seller. This 155 to like 168 is where we want to see that offer show pretty dramatically here on any sort of bid that happens. This area here is what I'd be looking for. Basically, like we want to find some liquidity here, and we want to see like a very clear offer into this for continuation down, or they just straight sweep this if there's not going to be that buyer that's found here. We'll see. But now that we've lost this absorption and we've taken out the low, we have basically two options, right? Where we do another very dramatic leg down here, or we come back up to retest that previous low balance, and then we go. We're looking to see who we can punish. We punished dip buyers multiple times there, taking out these wick lows. I think that we find some of this relief liquidity into our VPOC here at 54.50, so that should be a first target, and then we look to see for this reoffer. That's my idea right now. So I think if you are in an ES short, watch our interaction here. Okay, we've got our two offers that have been planted for us. ES now into target. So for me, what I saw here that interested me is this movement here on NQ. We had our two pivots marked of where we knew that a guy was positioned who was getting ran at 168, and then we knew 200 is where that offer was sitting. So what do we see on footprint into that area? What's happening on footprint with our deltas that are being flagged? This is your most bearish reoffer, by the way, here into 120, 125. If we're going to sell and not just come back up to retest our balance. So watch to see if we get an offer here. This is our reaction off our VPOC on ES, by the way. ES retesting our break of structure. Same with Russell. See how we interact here. ADR retest on NQ. Where we were looking for a potential short-term supply, I'd like to see if that bid is going to give us one more leg up into our balance shift where we saw that absorption occur, and then we rotate down, or if we can actually recover this and get over this 200 for the rotation on through. Unsure. It is pouring here. Jeez. See what happens here on retest, where we flipped from offer to bid. This 120. If we don't see any interest here on this dip, probably done. Back down to lows. We'll see. We want to see like a pretty significant ability to bid here from buyers as we rotate back down into this node here. Why does it keep putting the left? There we go. And then remember, like we still got to get back over this bottom of our auction, our lower auction. But we're finding our bid where we thought the offer would be on the look in, right, for your most bearish. So we've flipped this short term, but we've got POCs above that we have to deal with for anything more. So not a ton. Russell and ES still showing very clear lower highs. Again, remember, like this entire idea was based off of this VPOC being found and some short-term liquidity, but we are still in an overall downtrend, right? And we need to show interest back above for actual significant movement. Oof. All right, so I just wanted to show why I think the ES is the cleanest action by far. So we went for this VPOC. This is that POC here. I just went back and looked at what that auction looked like previously. So we know that this is that bounce point. So what do we want to see from buyers now that we've come back down into that POC and that we know that this is that value high of that auction and this is the value low? So what are we looking at here? What do we want to see from buyers off this push, this look over? We want to see this hold, right? We want to see this value high hold if we're going to go higher. So what happens if this fails, right? And we can't maintain here, and we see this offer and then look through. Well, we should see a look through back down to these lows, right? So we really want to see this bid maintain here. Because if it fails, we should be expecting this low to get taken, and that we head to 49 on ES. So back down to our lows here on NQ, off of our offer into our highs on the auction flip and the bottom of balance into our demand again. So let's see what happens here. ES back to our POC. If sell side serious, we'll see them hold this value edge now as resistance, and then we'll look for this low to be taken. If POC is still supportive, we need to see a very clear look back above for that continuation. We are in this value area. And again, like there's not a lot here. We should expect maybe this low gets taken and then we rotate down if this value low gets broken. A little bit of a bid at 44s, and then we look at offer here, and then we can look for a rotation down into this lower auction. Right? Just fixed range to fixed range. So we'll see what happens. Bid should be here until proven otherwise. Offer needs to be into 58, 60, right? If sell side serious, or we will rotate this lower range. Demand still holding on NQ in this low, but a little lackluster so far. ES holding our edge where we thought it would. It needs to step down though for that secondary leg. Again, we're just rotating from POC of this fixed range to this value high of this fixed range. we're back into a previous auction. That's how I view it, just to make it simple for me. Once we see reactions at similar levels. A great PT1 if you're playing off of that reoffer that we just talked about. We need to now see this stick below on this look. And then we can look for like 44 and then the reoffer into this, and then we can play down to this lower auction. I really want to just highlight like this. Shit. I wish I could. All right, there we go. Hello? Into the low of our liquidity here on NQ. Yes, attempting this edge. We're looking to see if we can build in this low for that rotation down. I've risked off another ES into this low, understanding where we are. This is how I'm playing ES. We'll see what happens. Again, I think ES is the easiest to read. right? Like, so we have our break of our structure, and then we see this low get taken, and I immediately go for it as soon as we break these lows after this resistance, and we see the sweep step through, and then we're playing down into that VPOC. I close a little bit early because I don't know how volatile it's going to be, but we basically just head right to that POC here, and then we look to re-enter on the value retest that we have posted here. So I'm just playing this as a fixed range profile right now from a previous session, right? Because we bounced our VPOC from this fixed range, from this profile. So I know it's being respected. I know that previous auction has some merit because we bounced the piece of POC, right? So now I care about where that value high was and where that value low was to give us a bit of a better understanding of how we're going to be trading. And to me, like, if this now holds as resistance after we bounced this, and then we come down and then start to build here, I'm thinking that we come down into this 44, and then we can look for this rotation back down into this fixed range to play these lows from this previous auction. But, like, let's say that this holds, and we pop back over, and we find liquidity here, then we play off of this edge again, and then we can play this rotation back up where we were, right? So we'll see what happens. It's just value low to value high right now. We are determining if we are going to be able to find a value in this previous fixed range. I don't think there are many people here left, but we'll see what happens. So far, holding our low. Stopped on my runner there, and yes, we'll see if we can flip. Do you see the flip? Do we get it? Do we see what I'm saying? We'll see if we get more, but this is making sense so far to me. Oof. No, it's all good. I just want to make sure people like can recognize when like an auction is being respected or not, and then play around it. So it's super important when we have this like these areas where it's like we're unsure. This is first risk off, by the way. It has to be. This is our auction flip on NQ, and our high wicks on ES. I think we get one more leg up, but you want to always be respectful of our most recent seller at 66.75, especially with Russell at our pivot and NQ at our pivot. But very nice flips, right? We went back down to our potential demand. We flip that as supportive. So what do? We go down, we see our higher low, we then see our rebid over where our previous seller was, we then rotate back up to our offer. Same thing on NQ, or on ES. Hold our value low, rotate from our value high to POC, and then hold our edge for rotations back up to our highs. Right? Balance. This was where I shorted last, right? This is why I have wrist off. And now I have one runner just waiting to see if we can get back into this. Because we played the short here to this down leg for the push into VPOC. We then traded from VPOC into our offer again here, and then rotated down into the value low where this VPOC was being respected. So this demand is still holding. We then recover our value high, and we are now retesting this break of structure. So this has to be your first risk off because we need to be able to recover this range. If we can recover this, this looks great, right? We'll trade this then as our new auction where this then holds as our supportive. We rotate up into these highs. Maybe we retest here and then we do this and then we keep going, right? Like it's just a balance trade. We understand how we rotate through balance, but we've got to see this initiative above or offer holds here and then we rotate back, right? See what we can do here on NQ as well. We already have this plotted for upside if we can hold this auction flip. Same thing about ES. And again, like no interest on NQ until we show interest over that 200 offer where we saw absorption. Like this is very clear to me, this shift. If you look at footprint, do we see where like that absorption from that low was on the left, and then how we look below it, and then we look back above, we absorbed, and then we rotated down off of it? Like this is a very clear pivot to me on NQ. RTY into our resistance here again. Need to show interest over 56 to 58. $74 next risk off. If you want, we already understand how this works. We recovered our low of this auction. We're rotating to our high. We need to see acceptance above, or we're going to retest this area again. So we're watching to see if we can get this look above and hold, or if we need to come back down to this 69, 66. Let's see what we do. Target is here for the higher time frame into 86. If we can recover this, watch Russell into our value edge as well. We did our rotation on our hold of our flip here on NQ. This is first target into 200. We've already talked about 200. We need to see them sweep through this. We need excitement. We see that, then we go up into our 250, 235. So let's see if the bid happens, or if we start pushing back below. Unsure. All we know is that this is where our offer is. It's obvious. We've already seen it. We played off of it before. We need to see the flip. All we did was retest where our value is on the retest back into this bottom of balance on both ES and on NQ. Now we're looking to see if we can flip. Unsure. 20 seconds till new 15s. Last 15 of the day. 5 minutes after that, MOC. Here, I'll put that in chat as reference as well. It's what we were talking about. Same thing on NQ. Yeah, no, I mean, like, playing this edge now is awful. This is worth, like, I'm closing into this edge, not playing this edge, right? Like, that's the whole point, is, like, you don't... We know that this is our offer. Like, if we flip this, we go up. But, like, we know our sellers sitting here, and they have been, right? So, like, it's a really rough area, because you're going to have lots of people who are closing into this guy. But after we get through the supply, then we can keep going. So it's just like a patience trade now. Are you willing to hold here and potentially give back, 30 points if we just consolidate here and then finally pop over, these 74s on ES and these 200s on NQ? Unsure. If I had to guess, we probably wick these lows on MOC and then wick these highs on MOC, and then we figure out direction afterwards. That's my guess, is that we're going to retest these liquidity pockets on both sides, and then we'll figure out direction. I'm closed regardless. I closed into target. No reason not to. If we go higher, we go higher. I'm going to give it a little time, though. This is our auction pivot on NQ for me. 155, 172, this area. Where this absorption was taking place last. See if we can build here, take in these lows, or if this fails. Unsure. I'm going to go grab water while we wait. One minute until MOC. MOC, holding where we need to so far. See if offer remains or if we are able to pop. Russell leading us down here. Watching our halfway back and into our 53.6 for a potential bid. Still no interest over 200s, really. Yes, just ranging between our 74 and 66. No change. See if RTY leads or if we can hold this this halfway back here on Russell. As soon as that finds a bid, I think market's good. See if we find it in this low. And then can get over. We'll see. I didn't see anything of interest for me personally from MOC. ECMO POCs? I don't understand your question. A VPOC is just a virgin POC, so it's a POC that hasn't been tested. That's not what Sethmos is. It's just the POC of the candle. Yeah. just the bar candle. It's just labeled weird. Yeah, it's just the POC of the candle. If they were like actually VPOCs, then you'd want them to like extend outward, right? And then they would disappear if we tested into them. But it doesn't happen like that at all. So it kind of like invalidates the idea that it's like a VPOC. How many contracts did you take at the low? I played ES on the low. Here, my ES. And I took 2 shorts. 2 short here at 65, and played 1 down into VPOC, and then another. And then I attempted the value, and I could have gotten out again for another, but I just let this go because this trade was now free because we had closed this. So it made sense to give this as an opportunity with their stop at like, I think it was 61 was the stop. And then I just immediately longed as soon as we saw this flip and then played it up. So 2 contracts here as well. 2 ES, 2 ES. So I stayed in a 2 short position, right? 1 off, and then I added, and then I took off my last one here, and then I tried again with 1 contract. That failed, and then I immediately went bid to play this up. I mean, how am I supposed to know that's the low? You know what I mean? Like, I don't change my size. With how large we're moving, like, I'm going to make money regardless. So I'm fine trading 1, 2 ES. I don't need to oversize trying to catch a bottom. That's how you blow up an account. Nah. Our target was the low. So like I closed my short into the low of day, but then after we hit that, I don't immediately just buy. I wait for that to develop and then we figure it out. Again, like I'm closing my shorts into a known level of interest. And then I'm only looking for longs once we see a right side of a V come in, right? Only when my short idea is invalidated do I go long. I'm not just like buying to buy. Because like, you have to remember, like, what my idea here was that we bounced this VPOC that we had, and this was our idea, is that we were going to play around this auction that took place here, because we had a huge move that happened off of this auction, right? So as we showed interest on our initial push into it, I now care about this value high and this value low quite a bit, because we showed interest at this POC that was here. So now I'm like, oh, okay, are we now going to enter back into this auction? And what's the outcome, right? So I want to be looking for longs if we start to show interest back above this after our reaction into this low, because that's telling us that this auction is still in play. And I only want to be looking for shorts if we see the opposite reaction, which is we look back into our value, show interest below, and start to show supplier, right, or sellers start to really hammer in on where we saw this initial bid and pop off of it. And then we can play this down. But like as soon as we see this POC respected, I now am playing around this previous auction because we had such a gigantic reaction off of it. So when we come back over here, I'm only looking for that long once we flip this, because that's where I'm wrong, right? If this whole idea is that we're playing this value low to value high here, I am looking for sellers to be located here and then slamming us down if we're going to continue. So my invalidation has to be into this high. And if we flip it and then we see that bid step in, I know we're going up. Right, that's the whole idea, is I'm playing off of the previous area of value that was being respected. That just gives me a lot of areas to play around. And it's the same thing here, right? Like our initial short was here, right? Do we see that the seller has stepped back in and that this pivot is shifted from our bid to our offer here? And that we can play it back down to this value edge again? Yeah, like it's very apparent where these levels are. And do we see how we already had this path and ready to go? Like it's auction to auction, you know what I mean? Yeah, so like to me, I think that this is a really good secondary target. If this low breaks overnight for this move down, I think that we trade into this lower value and then we watch to see how we interact into this. This seems like a very nice overnight target if we get another leg down and this low doesn't hold. Oops, I didn't mean to move that. But we'll see. See if there's anything else we can clean up before I dip. We might really move this up a little bit. All right. Cool. I got to get better at finding the simpler zones. Yeah, I mean, it's just a time thing. The more you look, the more things are going to feel more familiar, and you're like, oh, there's potentially a strategy that I can play around this. Right? It's just about having that playbook ready to go and then knowing how, like, which one of your 7 different trade types makes the most sense in said situation. And sometimes none of them do, right? And then that's where we sit on hands because we don't have a strategy that makes sense for the market environment that we're in. And so if we don't understand what we're doing and we feel uncomfortable in it, there's no reason we should be trading it. We just wait until we do, you know? You don't have to YOLO. No one's got a gun to your head telling you that you've got to trade this. So you wait until you're comfortable, which is what I did. It's like, oh, okay. We went to our target. We saw a reaction at said target. Now I have something to play around that I can build a thesis on. If I have no clue what the hell's going on, I'm not trading it. You're crazy. And that means like we're going to miss some rotations, but the rotations that we are in aren't going to give us, you know, an early heart attack. We're not going to have emotional damage. We have very set standards for our trades, and we know what our risk is, and we know what we should be expecting. And it either works or it doesn't. If we just like YOLO the button, we have no clue why what's happening is happening. We have no understanding of where price is going to go. And like to me, that's way too many unknowns. I'm uncomfortable in those kinds of situations. Maybe you're different. I personally can't handle it, so I just don't trade it until I know what's going on. All right. I will see you all tomorrow. hopefully you had a decent day and were patient. A lot of sitting and chop for a while there, but once the moves happened, they happened quick. Yeah. Peace.